And we are live. Hey, good evening, John Strand. How are you doing this evening? Hope you're doing well. Hope everybody's day's going good. If you had work was good, and didn't work, well, probably even better. I'm gonna continue drinking my coffee though. It's been a long day. So I worked on the BugBu a little bit off stream, like I said I was going to do, but I will go over everything that I've done so far since last stream and this stream. Still working. How much longer, Rolls? Hopefully not too much longer, and you get to be done with your day. Good. Glad you're doing good, John. So yeah, we've been making some progress on the BugBu build. I did get, I think, everything done. We're going to be using a Sherpa mini extruder, which will be nice. I do need to still grab one of my motors. Didn't do something. I'll do that once. But I will flip screens and show you guys. This is a slightly modified Sherpa Mini. Just in the fact that it's got a position on it, and you'll see there's an extra screw in here in the front. And what this screw will do is it will bounce right up against an end stop that'll go right here. And all you'll do is you'll wire up your end stop, and that becomes a filament sensor. So you got two options. You've got the D2F5L, which has the lever, and you just take the lever off. Or you can get some standard D2F5s, and you'll orient it with the part number facing down, so that the actuator is towards the front of the extruder. And so you would mount it right there. Then you would adjust your screw so that it's just barely touching it. When you put a piece of filament in, it clicks off, and that just became a very inexpensive filament sensor. And these things are rated at some obscene number of clicks. So you should be good to go there once you get it set up and right. And I basically have this same exact setup now on the Ender 3 over here in the back corner. And it's working just as expected. And I needed a filament runout sensor on it because I was going to be testing the MMU unit that's sitting on there. I'll bring that forward again. This is, so some of you have guessed what this is already, but this is a multi-lane, obviously multi-material unit. Right now I have 11 lanes on there. It's a simple fact of printing out a part, adding an ECAS collet, and a printed flag so you know which lane number it is, and 623 bearing with an M8 or an M10 screw. And then all you have to do is just clip it and slide it right in place next to the next one and screw it down with an M5 nut to add any more. So you can have as many as you need on your board. Right now I do have a Merkfa Easy board set up. I did run through and finally get this board flashed, and I have all the firmware configured, I believe, on it. So all I need to do is just figure out a mount for it. I'll begin testing that with the Ender 3. That's just something I'm doing in the background. One of the other things that's going on is, and I never posted this yet, I was working on the 0G Mercury 1, which is, of course, an Ender 5. And I had the EBB 36 CAN board on the tool head. It's running an Orbiter 2, so I've got a Orbiter 2 filament sensor on it. And I have the CAN bus tool head board going down to a U2C in the bottom. And I sat there last night, actually had the printer on the floor sitting in front of the recliner and just sat there and worked on crimping on new connectors and getting that laid out. Well, when I went to put it back up, I noticed that one of the belts kept rolling off. Why is the belt rolling off? Let's see if you can see this on here. That motor mount has cracked. So I had to reprint the motor mounts. Because if one cracked, I'm sure the other one's close to it. So I'll be having to take that apart and fix those motor mounts soon. Hopefully we won't have any problems like that with this, because this does seem pretty robust with lots of, say, meat around the bolts and idlers, so we shouldn't have a problem there. Let's see, some other things you may notice is my belt path. So let me go ahead and I will flip this over and we'll take a look at the belt path. Okay. And so what I did was I added a short length, actually it's 100 millimeters. What this is this is the cutoff of another 300 millimeter, because we only needed a 200 for the bed, right? So I went ahead and cut this one for the bed, and then I used that extra 100 millimeters to make this extension arm. It's just a couple of corner brackets, these are metal, and then another metal corner bracket down here with a single printed part. It uses M4 nut into an M4 T-nut to secure the printed part to the bracket, the corner bracket. And then it's an M5 by, I believe it was a 25. It goes through a washer, a bearing, 2 washers, an M5 nut, just plain regular M5 nut, and then into an M5 T-nut. So I have an M5 nut or screw or bolt that goes all the way into an M5 T-nut right here, and then another M5 by 10 into a T-nut at the back. Hey, Silverback Creations, how are you doing? And so what this allows me to do, since I'm using an oversized belt, this is an 1140, the 1,140 millimeter closed loop belt. It allows me to take up some slack, and in the process, it actually lets me engage more teeth on our lead screw idler nuts. So, but everything is lined up, everything is tracking really nicely. Down through the motor, back up, this is the tensioning arm, so you can slide it in or out to add or reduce some tension. And you also have this tension point as well, so you can release some tension here as well. And I say this, and of course, what showed up in the mail today, but the 1100 millimeter belt. So I'm going to go ahead and leave this on here and see how it works, because it may prove to be a viable option for everybody else, because it may be easier to get 1140 belts. So we may have another option right here for you down the way, Roll. Because that way, if everybody, I mean, everybody should have an extra 300 rail anyhow, based on the BOM and the way you said to buy them, which means you'd be able to cut one of these down with to a 200 and have this 100 left over anyhow. So you should be good. Okay. Some of the other things I have done, you know, we were talking about the power yesterday, or Saturday. So what I've done here, I'll move the camera a little bit, is this is a I've got 4 or 5 power supplies, and this one was sitting there. It already had the outlet for the inlet and the switch on it. So basically all I did was just slip it down, add in the 18 gauge wires that I then ran around for power to the board. Cannot get these in regularly, so I had to take the board out to get the power in and then put the board back in. It's a tight fit, but I think it's going to work. And then I'm running a not a Raspberry Pi. This is a Banana Pi M20. So it's the same form factor as a Raspberry Pi Zero. Oh, hey Zombie, how you doing? This is a BugBu printer. This is a BugBu 210 we've been working on. The green parts are Polymaker ASA. The orange parts are Polymaker ABS. Everybody decided to go green and orange for this build. So this is a BugBu 210. It's loosely designed after a Bambu Labs, and the fact that you have a triple lead screw system driven off of a single motor. It's pretty well constrained here. We're using 8mm linear rods everywhere, and 8mm 300 TR8 300mm lead screws. Okay, yeah, great. This is a nice little print, and of course it uses an Ender, a Creality Ender 3, Ender 5 heat bed. So I've already got a spare one of those sitting around as well. So we're good there. On my electronics here, I had it set up. This does use an external antenna, so I will have to work a mounting solution there. And I did just finish getting this talking over the UART ports, so it goes from the TFT into the GPIO pins on the Banana Pi, just like a Raspberry Pi. So that's configured. We have our external antenna here, and we have one USB extension dongle hanging out here. I did just get in a USB and Ethernet hat that can go on this. That will give me 3 USB-A ports. So I'll add it on if I need it. If not, it can go on one of my other zeros. That's kind of where we left off. I did go ahead and for the bed mount, I do have the sides installed, and I've just got the nuts here and I've got it spaced appropriately. I just need to put the M5 screws in, top and bottom, and our bed system is ready to put the bed on. I'm going to wait till I'm done before I put the bed on though, and keep working the gantry next and start with the belts. Hey Westry One, how you doing, sis? Oh, the other thing that I did as well was I went ahead and put on the motor pulleys and went ahead and made sure I got these lined up as best as I can. You do have the measurements for them, but it involves taking the motors back off, and I was being lazy and didn't want to do that. So we'll go ahead and work on getting these belts run next. Or actually, I'm going to go ahead and put the screws in here and get that bed arm connected first, and then we'll go ahead and work our gantry next. As I start by throwing a screw. So how you doing today, Westry One? How's the farm and the animals? I do have washers on the lower motor mounts, and I wound up going to M5 by 12 screws on those. keep forgetting that gantry. So normally you would have had the you know, the build order has been modified so that you would build the base and then you would go and build the gantry. So the gantry wouldn't be bouncing around on you normally. I built out of order partly because of waiting for parts to come in, and also because I was going off of I'll say the Rev 1 of the manual. We're now into Rev 2. If it's Rev 2, whatever revision it is, it's an updated manual that was updated a couple. On the way home to work. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. Be safe on your way home, sis. So, bed mounts there. Like I said, I will actually install the bed once we're ready to. I think what we're going to start doing now is thread heads and belts. And we've got the X carriage on the last string. And I believe now we're going to run the belts. Yeah, and then I'll have to remember I'll need to put in extra captive nuts in several places. Start putting on. I don't want to put the nuts on now because if I tilt it, I'll probably lose them. That would be loads of fun. Okay, belts. I'm going to go ahead and try and use up this other one that I had from the last build. So, and printer, back of printer. Okay, so it looks like it goes through this way and this way first. Just going to feed it in. Which way do I? This direction. We'll start off at B. Fun times. Okay, I know I'm trying to think my way through. Come around the top here. Probably going to be easier to use some tweezers to get in there and get the. Yeah, I will use washers on them. Like I said, as I started to put the bolts into the see, think about how this comes in here. It's going to go around the top, go through here. There we go. And we've got belt clips, and these are ribbed on one side to be able to clamp on the belt. So we're just going to get a couple of links out here. Slide it down on the belt. messed with myself. I had the slot. Just feel. No, it's just good. Um, I'm not going to have to write custom firmware Silverback because there is some firmware already available. It is going to run Clipper. I do have firmware set up. I'm using like I said, the SKR Mini E3 V3 board. So I do have the firmware already made, so to speak. So yeah, I mean, you know me, I go ahead and try and work on software stuff offline because, well, it's kind of boring to see here. People do software most of the time. Yeah, I work on it, I'll say kind of when I got free time and I can really kind of put my mind to it a bit. So what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to flip this over or take these and swap them over to M3x12s and a washer. So I make sure I have a good amount of light on the threads. And I also want to kind of loosen them up and move these, make sure that they're moved as far forward as possible. Before I get these, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and get the belts snug, and then we'll use the. That'll be fun. There's a random pain. Oh well. We'll get the belts run somewhat, you know, taut, and then we'll tighten it by moving the motors back and work on getting our tension set appropriately. So having the washers on here will also help spread that load out across the printed part so that you don't kind of pull down through the part. Because that is a good possibility if you're not careful. I could probably get away with using tens. With going from an 8 to a 10 with a washer, I mean, still getting extra load. Right? These aren't. It's good. Hey, Royal Nomi, how are you doing tonight? Hope you're having a good time. Are all your printers playing nicely, Nomi? So all I'm doing right now Well, Nomi, I've got one of the belts run. I'm getting ready to cut it, but before I did, I wanted to make sure that my um, motors were moved as far forward as they can go. That way, because I'm using the motor cells to tension um, the belts, that I have the most, I'll say, play in those motors that I possible. And while I was working on the printer um, off stream, because I said I was going to get um, the bed cross member cut. So it's a standard 300 millimeter extrusion that just needed to be cut down to 200 millimeters. So when I did that, I used the 100 millimeter offcut to make this little arm that juts out here with another idler on it. So this provides additional tension because the belt I'm using is too long. The BOM calls for a 1080 to 1100 millimeter long closed loop belt. They're just really hard to find, and when you do find them, they're normally coming out of China with a multi-week delay. So I went ahead and ordered some 1140s off of Amazon because I could get them in quicker. And I knew 1140 I would be able to do something like what I just did in order to take up that slack. So that worked out well. Oh, you have them shut down right now? Are they in a timeout or are you just taking a break? Okay, so we have one belt run. Like I said, I'm not going to really crank on it. I'm just going to give it a slight pull and run our little belt clip down over it. And then kind of out how many exposed valleys I have. So we'll make the cut. And one half of the belt's run. And this should be long enough to run the next belt. We will go ahead and get that started. You may have to curl these ends just a little bit just to make it easier. Give it a little bit of a curl. Hold that position some. That makes it a little bit easier to get them started around these pulleys when you've got a backing piece. Same thing for this going into the body here. It's got to be able to go in there and twist through in a slot so that better you, or the more curvature that you can put in it ahead of time, the better off you'll be. Once again, well, Nomi, these printed parts have a groove in them, and so it clips right onto that belt. So it'll use the grooves of the belt to help hold it in place. through the right way. The belts are relatively intuitive. Timers. You put your printers on timers so that you know when to go out and take care of them. Or you're doing multicolored prints where you just swap out colors. Sorry, I'm counting to myself, that's why I'm fairly quiet. Trying to make sure I have 6 teeth sitting outside there. So I'll go over the belt routing here in a second. I get this one in, and can lay it on its side to show you a little bit here. Plenty of extra belt. Good. Always try and be nice and neat. Roll my belts back up and put them away because that tells me that that's a fresh belt versus one that I may have pulled off of a printer that's got some wear on it. You never know when you're going to need more belts for. Okay. Let's see, it's the easiest way. Okay, so your lower belt will be sorry for the motion. Okay, so the lower belts, they come in from the back, so the teeth are always towards the front of the gantry when it goes through the back side. So that the nubs of your belt here the teeth will be facing the inside. So the smooth side is on the outside. So it comes through the back side for the top one, through a smooth pulley, down around the motor, through the printed part, around the top pulley. This is a smooth tooth pulley. You can use tooth pulleys on these if you want to. There's no need, you can or can't. Comes around through this top pulley, goes through that pulley, through the pulley that's right here, and around the back. Bottom, kind of the same way but reverse. Comes through, around the pulley at the bottom here, out around the motor, through the printed part, through the printed part, through the front bottom pulley, into this pulley back here, and then back and through. And I've counted 6 on each side and pulled the tab or cut it off, so I have a little bit left on the back, but it shouldn't interfere with anything. And then what we'll be able to do is I've got the right side's all the way up against the bump stop. The left side is a little bit out. There's a little bit of a gap. And I'll be able to pull my motors tight, tighten the belt, and it'll pull this just snug. And that's what we're looking for, so the gantry isn't racked. Okay? Doing color swaps, so you're using the timers. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. I understand that. So this one is already locked. Well, locked. It's already as far forward as the motor will allow. Since this one's already lining up against the back, I'm just going to go ahead, lock this down. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull on this motor just enough, like I said, to snug the gantry up. Then I'll tighten this side. And then all I'm going to do is go forward, back, make sure that everything's still lining up. When it bottoms out in the front, you want to make sure it's the same thing, that they're bottoming out at the same time. Bottoming out in the back. Everything seems to be moving easily and well. All right, so we're good. Now we're going to start working on all right, cool, Rolls, thanks. Sure will, sir. Thank you very much. Now the next step is to start working on the actual tool head itself. Now we have both belts run. Remember right, we've got to put the back on first, motor mount the fan adapter mount on first. So we've got our, let me drop you guys back down here. So sorry about the, switch the back. Not jingling you guys around. There we go. So we've got our fan duct. This will mount a 5015 fan in the back, connect up here. Then there will be 3 screws that will go into captive M3 nuts at the bottom. This becomes your tri-horn duct. Very similar in reminiscence of like an EVA tool head. Of the hot end extruder cage. Which will be this part here. Also have to get some M3 nuts to the back nuts. And you might be able to see there was print in place supports there, so I need to go ahead and punch through it and clear those out. Good ones. I'll have to actually possibly break out the drill on that one. These are going to be M3 screws, so you want to use your M3. And I'm going to mute the mic while I do this real fast so I don't hear. And I'm back. Sorry about that. Like I said, I just didn't want to hurt anybody's ears. Okay, so we need to start by putting in a couple of M3 nuts. And these parts printed extremely well. They're designed for PLA, and I printed these in ABS, as I mentioned earlier in the stream. And when I printed them, I used a scale factor of 100.5, so just 0.5% larger. And so far, everything is fitting in nicely. Direct press fit, no, don't have to fight anything. I'm not creating any stress fractures on any parts when I do this. So those two there, and these two are going to be fun just in the simple fact of getting them down in the bottom. way to do that is to take a long screw, thread it. Oh, thanks for the alert, zombie. Thread it just a couple of turns, and then press fit it in, and then go ahead and unscrew it back out. Now, these are pretty nice as they're a little bit tighter at the top than they are down at the bottom of the hole. So it is going to provide a little bit of captive support for these without making it unbearable to try and get pressed in there. Okay, so those two are there. M3 by 16 or M3 by 12s, and this is going to be used to put the horn together. So once again, you'll have your horn back piece, and I'm just going to go ahead and get a screw going into it that I can line up with the front. Now, your horn's only going to fit one way and line up appropriately. You need them to line up appropriately, otherwise you'll have air leaks and you just really won't get a good seal. Oh, no worries, Westry. Family always comes first. You know that. Then once again, we're going on to a printed part. We could almost probably just, that's a good idea. I'm going to go ahead and add a washer to the back of this just to, I think it'll fit, just to spread out the, no, it's not a weight bearing part, so I shouldn't have any problems with it pulling through. The big thing is you just want to snug it up, not hug a dug of the crook. Just want to snug it up. Get the other one going. Again, I'm pulling the captive nut a little bit deeper in there, and then I can feel the resistance. Boom, I'm done. So yeah, these could probably go with some 12s, but it might be a little bit hard at first. So doing the 16s works out well. And if you use supports, which you're supposed to use on this, make sure you get them cleaned out as best as you can, so that you don't get as much turbulence in your airflow. You keep your airflow nice and clean going. This is a pretty light solution for a fan duct. Got our fan duct put together. We're going to start working on our J head. We did go ahead and get our screws put into the back. In there. We need to mount the back one first. That's mounted with by 10 captive nuts, which we didn't install the captive nuts, so we need to go ahead and install those. So captive nut location right here, and there's one on each side. These are M3s. So you can go ahead and hopefully these slide in easily and I don't have to try and force them or ugga-dugga them in. Really easily. I'll have to press it in a little bit more. Up. Place. In place as well. Now there is one other note when we go to put these in, and once again we're putting them in with M3 by 10 screws. On the right part. And that is at this lower left the lower left one needs to get bent out to the side when we put this in. So why it's just the one side, but all it mentions. Apparently I need to figure out. Not long enough. Should do it. That one got bent. Sure why this one is not lining up. Oh. I didn't get the line up when I get the bolt in and out of the way. The nut pushed in. I don't feel like it wants to move. Okay. Houston, we have our first problem of the day. So for some reason, that particular nut is not wanting to go in. Wonder if this was just a piece of overhang that's in the way. And so based on how difficult this is to get this particular nut in, it may have been good to go ahead and do these before I mounted it. Oh, there we go. That went in. That went in. So we're going to go back to do this way. This goes in. And this side needs to get over to allow that to come in. There we go. And you can adjust the height of this just by loosening the screws and going down or up. So we will be able to make some adjustments there, some slight adjustments. Now we'll flip this around. And there should be a little bit of clearance between the fan duct and this top part. So, like I said, we'll adjust it, but you do want to make sure it's not resting right up against the X carriage. Yep, snap. That popped right in. So now it says to temporarily mount our J head on our other piece here. And that's just because we'll need to adjust the height and things like that. These will use M3x16s, and I'll go ahead and put these other M3 nuts in while I'm at it before I get going too much. Two popped in pretty easily. Side. Of course, these want to be fun. There we go. All I'm doing is working these back and forth in the hole, which should help. So kind of break them in a bit, allow them to go in a little bit easier. Or not. 3 out of 4, one's going to be a pain in the butt. Hey, Everything Ultra, how are you doing today? Thank you for coming out and joining us on stream. Just fighting with some M3 nuts at the moment. You know, typical of every build, there's always at least one that wants to fight you. Be a pain in the butt. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've been making some pretty good progress. I've done a couple of things off stream just to keep things going along. Oh, we'll find that one later. There we go. Say those make some pretty good, pops when they go in. Yeah, well, I wasn't intentionally trying to get rid of that, but it did go flying, so I will find it. Oh, there it is. Didn't travel too far. And luckily, the black screw or the black nuts and screws are easier to find on light carpet than the silver ones. Okay, we're gonna need our J head and some other things that resemble wiring. So what I have here is a J head that I pulled off, a J head, V6 that I pulled off something else that has an extremely, extremely, extremely long set of cables that we will be cutting off. But your V6, the nozzle goes towards the front, so it means that right now all of my wires will come out the left side of everything here. You're going to go ahead and mount your J head in the bracket. Slides right in there with the groove mount. And some M3 by 16 bolts. Slots, and then what I'm going to do is actually hang there for a second. I'm going to get these started. These bolts are going in the top set of nuts that we just put in place. Okay. Once again, your J head goes in here, and what you're trying to do is get your J head in the groove, and then you're looking to find the location where your nozzle would be just underneath your tri-horn. Right? So in this case, it's way too high still, and this is at the lowest point that the mount goes. I can try lifting up the back a little bit. Let me loosen this some. I don't have much adjustment left on the back. Raise the tri-horn. And I believe that this is actually designed for a like a volcano. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to drop this down into the lower set of holes. So I've never done a Trident build, so I can't compare it to that Everything Plus Ultra. But I will say these always take a lot longer when you are doing them on stream than if I was just building it on my own. Because if I was building this on my own, I'd be done by now. Went ahead and move that down. We're going to go ahead and put our J head back in place. And actually need to raise this just a bit because it's hitting on the back of the tri-horn. And you really need your J head. So your nozzle needs to be lower than the horn, but this middle horn is interfering. So if I switch it the other way, which I may have to, I will be able to get it lowered. Because you really need the nozzle to be lower than your actual cooling duct. Otherwise, you're going to run into problems. Namely, your cooling duct's going to hit your print. And this is as low as it'll go, and this is barely going to be clearing the horn, so this is where we need it. And once again, they left the mounting options here to let you do like a Rapido or a Volcano or, you know, one of those types, right? So we will have to go this route because if we put it the other way, which you would normally do, it's going to hit the center of the tri-horn. Same thing if you go side to side, you're pretty much going to block out the sides. So we'll want to mount it this way with the block going forward. And if this block becomes a problem, we'll take it off and we'll go to the CHT or the CHC, the ceramic here core block that I got. I just figured this is already in place. It's already tightened and everything. It's basically it's easier, and I was being okay. And then our front fan mount, which becomes the other part of the clamshell, will come in from the front, and it's going to clip on, and it's going to take M3 by 20s or M3 by 25. So we'll try and do the 20s first. See if those reach, and if not, then we'll go and get some M3 by 25s. This is going to be like anything else that when you're doing a clamp. You get one side to bite and then switch over to the other side. And I'm not even feeling these bite ends, so we'll have to switch over to 25s for these. Make it through here. Just not. Yep, we'll have to go to 25s. Yeah, so this is Polymaker ASA Green, everything Ultra. It's a Polymaker ASA Green. And then the orange parts are Polymaker Orange ABS. So I did decide to go ahead and do all these parts in a temperature resistant filament. Yeah, I mean, I do get a little bit distracted and I feel a little disheveled sometimes on stream, like I've kind of lost the sense of direction a little bit. Um, it happens. It's not too bad though. Okay, so we have the clamp in. Now we've got two M3 by 10s, and these are going to go into the filament here on the side. Right, so what we're going to mount here is our BL Touch, and I would highly suggest that you mount your BL Touch to the actual part before you start trying to attach it to the part to the print head, just because it's so much easier to do that. want us to use M3x12s to mount this. And we're going to, because of the mount and the clearance of the mount, you've got to put it with the connector for the cable facing out. Okay. And once again, these are M3x12s and they're threaded into the plastic. So you're looking for snug, but not like, you know, too damaged snug. He says 12s. 10s would probably do it rather than the 12s. I don't know why you'd want to have any type of bolt sticking out of the top of these. So we'll go with 10s. Because once again, you're going into printed part, it doesn't say anything about this screwed into plastic. So the only reason you want to go with 12s is if you're going to put nuts on the other side. Hey, Ian Douglas, how are you doing, sir? Glad you were able to come out and join us today. For this matter, you could probably just go ahead and get away with them 3x8s, because once again, you're just going into the plastic. You're not trying to go right there. I just broke through and I'm still not tight. You really don't want to go all the way out and have to put a bolt on it to keep it tight, you know. And I really don't want to have exposed ends because I know I'm going to have wires running around that area. And any type of exposed thread would leave room for potential wear and tear on a wire in that area. So how are you doing today, Ian Douglas? Are you up to anything? Or are you just up to no good? Actually, you're always up to good, so. Very nice, Ian, very nice. I may have one of those en route myself. As in, I got my notice today, this morning as well. Okay, now this is going to mount to the side and allow for movement up and down. You've got 3 different holes here. And that's why I wanted to look, is just to try and figure out, okay, how far down does that sit compared to the nozzle? And which set of holes I need to go into. That's even still lower. We're going to have to go. Not sure if just one will actually get it out of the way or not. We'll have to see. Yeah, so once again, I am using a standard size V3D V6. This is really designed for something like a Rapido or volcano style nozzle. So we're really going to have to test this out and see if this works. And if it doesn't, then I will have to work out a different option. That's going to be darn close. Like I said, this is down as far as it'll go. This is up as far as it'll go. So that's the only option we have for now, unless I go and get something with the volcano style nozzle. Give me 1 second, folks. I'm going to put you on hold 1 second. All right, sorry about that, folks. That was a member of my family calling, and I did have my aunt has fallen and I guess has a compression fracture of her L2 vertebra, and my aunt's right around 80, I believe. So, yeah, I just wanted to take that because I didn't know if that was any more news, that situation. Yeah, oh, it's rearranging the workshop is always fun, isn't it? Okay, here we go. So we've got our BL touch mount. We need to go ahead and add our 3010 cooling fan to the front. So 24 volt, 32. This is a 3010 fan. This is a Wenson. On, come on. All right, it's a 24 volt dual ball bearing Wenson fan. It says to do M3x16s with M3 nuts. Okay. If that's the case, you should have told me that before I mounted this, because it's going to be kind of a pain to get back behind there to put nuts in there. So go ahead and take this back off, and our fan on, and then we'll put this back on. So Rolls, when you watch this later on, that's going to be an issue. Is um, the order has you install the front piece and then put the fan on. You really need to put the fan on first. Maybe it's that way in the written instructions, but not in, I'll say, the pictorial instructions, which will cause people some consternation. So M3x16. Hold for. And we will also be putting on some M3 nuts. So on these fans, the label is the side that is where the air is going, and we want the label facing in. And you want to make sure that you don't kink your wire, and your wire is available to come out. It does not really show which side or where you want the wire coming out of, but for wire management, I'm going to have it come out in the top left. So it should be able to mount just like that. Get your screw into the printed part. Yeah, your screw into the printed part. One end. Go ahead and put the other side in just so it's captive. There we go. Okay. This is where you're going to have to put in your nuts, and that's what I said. It's not going to be easy to do this once it's already on there. So it's on before you mount this to the actual nut. You don't really want to ugga-dugga them down too much because it is going through a printed part. You will crack these cases, but you do want to make sure that they are snugged up. If you really want some extra security because you've got screws and bolts, these bolts are right behind a spinning part. You could put lock nuts on these, and that way there's no chance whatsoever of them falling off and catching into the fan. And I have had the nuts that hold on my pentaprobe on my Ender 3. They have backed off and come out. And of course, the Ender 3 shroud there, it didn't damage the fan, but it did fall down and start making a racket, which luckily it didn't destroy the fan in the process. So I did swap those out for lock nuts. And part of the reason it became loose was because I started running the soft side enclosure with doing ABS parts. And the part that it was, the mount for my pentaprobe was a BTG part. So I fixed that, printed out in ABS, and shouldn't have any problems with that anymore. Okay, so now let's get our E3 EV6 back in there. Get these lined up back in there. As to why I'm not putting a Revo in here, John Strand. I don't have a J-head Revo. I've got a Revo Micro and a Revo CR. So I had this sitting on the shelf. So it was one, it was easy and quick. I didn't have to buy anything. And then two, I did go ahead and buy the CHC from Triangle Labs. And so this is the little CHC heater block, but this is a standard one. I go to the like volcano size one, in which case, once again, all it does is this is just a heater block. I basically take the, heat it up, take the nozzle out, take the heat block out, screw in this heat block, and then screw the nut back on, and then hot tighten it, and I'm there. So I have two 0.6 Zidian nozzles already, and I've got 4. I'm just waiting on the shipping notification. I did pre-order 2.4s and 2.6s. So I'll have, I may wind up swapping out to Obsidian on all of my Revos, just because I think I've got 6 Revos out there. So hey, Westery, Ian Douglas, John Strand, but yeah, it was really, I had this in place, and all I need to do is, I would probably wind up in the same issue with this as far as the up-down length. So what I would do is go and order the, English is so hard sometimes. Order the longer one, the high flow version, which just has a larger or longer heat block on it. And I would have to pick up a Volcano style nozzle, M6 threads, so a standard V6 nozzle. And I'd be able to swap that out. Now, one thing I just thought of is I could potentially take this mount and flip it over, and that'll give me more height options because I'm using the lower end stop here. So that's for the lower, a shorter hot end. That might be something that I do. It's just take it and rotate the back here. And do that. Will that work? If not, I will figure out a way of getting, actually, we'll just leave it that way for now. I just want to kind of get the build done and get it to a point where we can try and push plastic through the hot end today. Which means there will be no Glamour Queen wiring on this tonight. Do my standard and do wiring and crimping off stream, or we'll have a stream where we will come in and clean up wiring. Because I did that to the Rook. I did go in and clean up the wiring between streams, and it's looking really nice right now. Okay, so we have our fan, we have our BL Touch, we've got this going on. We need to add our extruder. Okay, and once again, our extruder, we're using a Sherpa Mini extruder, and you'll notice there's an extra bolt here at the top. And what that will be used for is we will mount a end stop right here. We'll be able to adjust this bolt in and out. We'll basically use an end stop as a filament sensor. So it'll be normally closed, Then when we put the filament in, it'll rock the arm back just enough to disengage the end stop, and that will give us our filament to run out detection sensor. This is actually a design that it'll mount this orientation, and I'm going to have to cut my Bowden tube. So switch it with that collet. I'm going to actual collet. Actually, all the way down, mark it. And I believe it's 6 millimeters that we're going to need. What I did is I just I put it all the way in, marked the top of it, pulled it out, and then put it in the extruder, mark the other line. Now I'm just going to measure that distance between the two lines, and that'll tell me how much I need to cut. So I need to cut 7 millimeters off. I have my handy dandy jig that I always use to do my cuts. So I'm finding the mark, lining it up, cutting it, and this way I get a nice straight cut. And I may wind up swapping this tube out down the road just because this is a tight tolerance tube, and if I do wind up putting this on a multi-material unit, you do not want a tight tolerance tube because the ends go in and out very often and you will cause yourself problems. What I'm going to do is chamfer the top end just a little bit with a deburring tool. And that's just going to give it an easier little like funnel to for filament to go in and out as it goes through the extruder. So that goes there. This will go on here. Like I said, we're going to have an issue with that collet. I really need to see if I can't get the collet out of the E3V6. These, I believe, they just pull out, right? Does anybody know? I believe those are replaceable. There we go, one collet's out. And I didn't tear it up, so I can use it later. That back down in there. This back on there. A little bit of wobble still. Maybe we'll shave just a little bit more off of this and redeburr it. Tighter this bit is, the less issues you'll have down the way. So you do want to make sure that you get this this length, right? So if you have to cut it and clean it out a couple of times, it's worth it. Make sure that that fits good, especially since we're basically going to be going with a compression fit since we took that collet out. If you've got any room, like there's just a little bit that I will be compressing down when I put it in there, so that'll work great. This says N3 by 25 screws. Keep forgetting that this one thumb screw gets in, so you have to take the thumb screw off and mount it. And I know the motor's not on here. We will install the motor. Don't. It's just over in the closet. See at the moment. Grabbing it. Hey, Rolls, how's it going? So far, I don't know. I didn't look at the actual text, but from a pictorial process, you show putting the front face on and securing it on, mounting the BL touch, and then putting the fan on. But when you go to put the fan on, you say to put nuts behind it. So it's actually going to be a lot easier to install that before, or install the fan on this front plate before you install it on the front of the extruder, excuse me, the hot end. And putting these screws on and then saying come in and put nuts on the bottom side, these would almost be better to have captive nuts so that you weren't trying to like, hey, let me get in around a bunch of wires and put a nut on. You do things like I just did and the nut falls out. Kind of just an ease of assembly thing there. Yep. The other thing too is I've got the BL Touch mount here going in just the highest hole, which means it can rotate, and these need to be vertical, so you really need 2 screws in them. But because I'm just using a standard E3DV6, I have to mount the fan up as high as I can make it, the hot end carriage as low as I can get it, and then the BL Touch as high as I can get it. I thought, oh, well, I can just rotate it around and mount this upside down, but there's still not enough room there to mount to get these mounted and then mount the BL Touch without it being bowed out by the screws, even if I used button head screws. So you may want to rethink this and have it out just a little bit more. Give the mounting point a little more meat out so that it can mount, so that the English is almost like or English like a single. So the BL Touch is mounted to this bottom thick piece here. If this thick piece stuck out a little bit more, then that would give you the ability to use this mount in this orientation with a volcano style, or rotate the mount over so that the BL Touch is kind of mounted from this part coming down, and it gives you more room and options basically for different hot ends. So that'll be something there, and I'll look and see if there's other mounts that I can use. I mean, this may do. It's gonna be just possibly clearing the nozzle. So even still, this may not work in my current configuration, so I may have to figure something out. And I know the easiest part is get the larger CHT nozzle. Okay, we need our 5015 fan added on here. And we're gonna have to extend all of the fan wires, of course. And this is where you're just gonna have to push these out of the way to get the fan to go in. Really gonna have to push it. So this one you're gonna have to do like you did down there and really rotate it out of the way. Get your fan on. And this is a M3 by 20. And we're threading it into plastic. So, and quite honestly, I don't think it says it here, but I always put a washer on the head of this, because too many times I've screwed it in and actually cracked the case of the 5015 little ear tab there. So I always put a washer on there, because that will give me a little bit of extra, I'll say, room and security. Sure if I'm just not getting it down in there or not. There we go. There we go. Just gonna get the screw line up. Again, you want to be careful, tighten it up, but don't, if you over tighten it, the screw head will go in and will split the frame. Tighten this too much, and that's why I put a washer on there. It will go right into this, and then it will split this tab. So you got to be careful about that. Okay, so we've got just about everything there, I believe, but our actual physical motor. Give me 1 second. I will run over there in the closet and grab that motor so we can get that installed. And when you get these motors, before you install them, one of the things you really, really want to do is count how many teeth they have on the spur gear. Because it is different if you have an 8 tooth versus a 10 tooth. Yeah, so this is a 10 tooth spur gear. So if it's an 8 tooth, you just have to know that so that you can put it into your config. And because if not, you'll be chasing around like, why is this not working? Why is this not lining up and working? Okay, and you're, oh, that's good. Still, these are starting to get tight in here. So on this motor, we'll go ahead and move it this way so you can see. This screw is a dedicated position screw, so this screw goes in first. Then this slot is an oval, and it will allow you to engage the gear, spur gear down in there appropriately so that it meshes well. What I tend to do is just kind of leave it high, line it up, and get the side in. Normally you would have done this off the printer, so this wouldn't have been an issue. Not fully tightened yet, and I still have a little bit of play in it, so I am going to make sure that we're meshing the gears well. And go ahead and tighten this other side down. Okay, before I forget, I need to get my tensioning screw back in here. Um, Now it's to electronics mounting. So I've got a little bit of a weird setup here on my motor, and I'll see if I can't get you guys a shot of this. So the screws that I had M4 by 12 and then M4 by 20s. So these are M4 by 20s, but you got to be careful because you can't go too deep into this or you'll touch the back of the power supply PCB board, which would be bad. So what I did was I've got a bolt, or the bolt, a M4 nut, this all the way down under the bolt, then the plastic piece, then an M5 nut, and then this plastic shroud piece here, and then into the back of the power supply itself. Then on the top side, let me see if I can't. No, this probably not helping too much there. Let's get a second one. Yeah, on this top, we've got, once again, a bolt and a nut, the plastic bracket, and then we've got two M5 nuts as spacers, and then it goes into the back of the PSU. So that's what I had to do to mount this because I'm using one that has a cover or shroud on it that allows me to embed the switch on the front of it. Okay, so that's basically the setup that I did just to make sure I could use this and have a shroud without trying to, no offense Rolls, but just having this kind of hanging somewhere by two screws is kind of large and ugly. It'd be better if we had one that mounted nicely underneath in like a skirt piece or even on the side, but this piece would be too much to even, go on the side. I think there's some room for improvement in the, was it the IEC 13 switch mount? Or once again, like I said, we could use the brick and do the DC, do like the clamped DC mount like this, where it clamps around the end. So you just put in your DC barrel jack, and then you've got the wires that come out. You would still need a switch, but you can come up with that. Okay, you have a back foot switch mount. Okay. So once again, let me, but what I've got so far is the electronics box is printed. It did warp a little bit on me, but I'm not all that concerned about it. Meaning I'm fine with it. I'm not going to lose sleep over it. So I will sleeve this, and I do have some extra length here specifically for that. My wires here for the UART communication, might be able to tell here, but I twisted them just like you would a CAN wire, just to make sure that one, that they're short as they can be, and two, they're twisted to reduce any electrical interference, right? And I am going to talk over this by UART and power the Banana Pi M2 directly from the Big Tree Tech board. That way I don't have to worry about, a separate dongle or a step, buck converter or anything like that. Okay, Royal, family first. Yep, we are beta testing basically. So our control box is here, so the furthest distance will be all the way to the front right. Make sure I get all my stuff. And Yep, so that's the furthest distance that this will be able to travel. And that'll be critical because we'll need to know how long to make our wires when we do our wire load. Okay. And make sure I just get these all in one spot, bring them up, move them around. It'd be better if I brought these in from the other side just due to the where the extruder pieces go. Clear that out so it's out of the way and we can load filament still easy. Should coming up. All right, so we will work on that later because now I'm sitting here going, I do need to make sure that these come out. When you're looking at the front of the extruder, they really need to come out the right-hand side. You want as many of your wires as possible coming out that direction. The things like your fan wire will come up underneath the motor. Same thing with your BL touch wires, because the that's what yeah, I'll set it back here and then it'll fall. So when you're loading filament, you're going to have to push this lever over. So you're going to be pulling this angles suck. Yeah, so you'll be pulling this lever over as you're putting filament in. And if you've got your wires coming up this side and going around, one, there's going to be a heftier bundle there right where you're trying to get your filament in. And then two, it's going to be hard to get to that lever. And we are going to have an end stop over here as well. So I think all of our wires really need to come out this side. So what I'll need to do is swap the thermistor and heater wires. Just have to, I'll do that off stream, pop it off, switch those over to the other side, and we'll be good there. But for now, we will figure out what our kind of our distance would be for wires. They just might be a little bit long. Just going to get these down to a more manageable length. Please. Yeah, because that's just going to be a somehow. It's going to. So, okay. So we'll go through and grab our peppers, coordinators, and different types of things. So you will see me go on and off screen as I start collecting the little part I need to start. There are two crates. Like I said, I did have this connected earlier, and it was, we'll say, talking nicely, meaning it balked and yelled at me because so Flipper started coming up and it shut down on me because the ADC was out of range, meaning the thermistors are not plugged in. So that means I've got good communication to the board, which and whoever invented thermistors with the silicone, or not silicone, but the fiberglass sleeving needs to be shot. Sprays, it gets everywhere. If you don't have one, I would highly, 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 highly suggest that you get a set of ferrules. This is Pasiva. It's just some set off of Amazon. Can't even tell you when I bought them, but it's got various sizes, and this particular set does show both the American wire gauge and the European millimeter standard. And if you get one of these, you're going to be set. You should never have to get any more. At least while you're building 3D printers. You build this many 3D printers, you're worse than I am. I mean, if you're doing it commercially, that's one thing. But if you're doing it hobby-wise, and you're going through this many connectors, there's an issue there. Saw the one piece, grab it real fast because I'm glad it's everywhere. The other thing that I will highly, highly, highly suggest as you start doing these things is print out a copy of the board schematic. I mean, it's great to have it on your computer as well, but you know, if you're trying to work on a configuration and stuff as well, because you may have put something in a different location than what the stock was, or you're adding something new to your printer, modding, you need to come up with a different pen. It's really easy when you have that schematic available that you can go through and look at as you're um, plugging away on the computer. Let's see if we can't get you a little bit of a top-down view here. Work on this. Now the nice thing with the bed wires, there's no polarity, so we don't need to worry about that. I just needed to make sure which one was the bed. In this case, this is the power in, this is the bed, this is the extruder, and that's actually what we need to do is go into the extruder, not the bed. There's a socket. Once again, you'll see my connection. This is a standard just DuPont patch cable connection, and I'm going from the TFT. So we've got power, ground, and I think it's transmit, then receive. And when it goes over the pi, it's power, ground, then the transmit from the board goes to receive of the other board and vice versa. So pretty simple. So I always want to make sure and push that in tight as you screw it down. You make sure it really gets in there, and then do the pull test. Make sure it doesn't pull out, that you did get it in there. So you always want to use ferrules when you're doing these. And if your ferrules are too big, if these were smaller connectors, these ferrules would wind up being too long. Don't be afraid to snip the end of the ferrule down some so that you're getting the plastic part of the ferrule right up against the connector. The last thing you want is metal parts sticking out that anything can hit on. So all right, cool, Rolls. Yeah, go have some food. So this other long wire here, which is one that I've extended previously, is going to be the thermistor wire, and that's going to get a JST connector on it. It's going to go right in here somewhere. And once again, there's no polarity on your thermistor wire because it's basically just a resistor. So you really don't need to worry too much about it. JSTs. Go ahead and get a couple of things plugged in. May even have a solution, I should say a simple solution, for extending like the fan wires, because I just rewired the Ender 5 Plus, aka 0G Mercury 1, to run a CAN bus board. I don't know why I do that, because every single time I do that, I wind up jacking up one of these connectors. When you're doing your JST connector, you really don't need to strip a lot. Very little that you actually strip off. But I know there's two things that have to be, two things that have to be on there is your thermistors. If thermistors aren't on there, Clipper's going to shut down, and you won't even get the interface up. So we can get Clipper up there, and we can get our motors and stuff, we can at least make movement and know that we're on the right track. Hey, Craft, how are you doing, my friend? Let's get doing the pull test. Um, Now, what you see me doing here is I'm just kind of moving the wings in just a little bit. I'm not trying to crush them over. I'm just trying to get them a little bit closer so that they go into the inmost slots a little easier. Once again, clarity doesn't matter on this, so we just need to 2 wires in. And bring that in, and our thermistor is actually the last one way over here. So we're going to go ahead and bring that under and around and plug that one in, just like that. Okay, let's go ahead and we will work on our motor wires while we're here. I think I have a couple of motor wires laid out. And these were the motor wires that came with them, so they don't have a JST connector, they just have a standard. They've got the 6-pin on one side and then what is that, DuPont on the other side. So yeah, we're gonna have plenty of length. We'll cut these down. Like I said, probably at a later time. I just want to make it go burr first. And this is where I will kind of cheat. Grab my, actually, no, I'm gonna follow your directions and hope and pray that everything works out. Because for whatever reason, every time I wire one of these things up, I always have the motors reversed for one. We'll go ahead and try and give it a shot, just following directions and hope for the best. So A is the Y motor, which is the back left motor, which is this motor. So this is going to be the B motor or X motor, and so it goes in the second slot. So it's going to be the first, or yes, it's going to be the second slot, right past the mounting hole. And there's two ways you can do this. You can take this and basically route your wires straight through the top here and then plug it in which case you're going to need a really small wire. So you won't need this whole colossal cluster here. Right now, like I said, I will just take this and wrap it up, slip that through there. And of course, I've got two options of how to put the color in, and I will most likely get it wrong both times. Grab my zip tie. We're just going to, like I said, zip tie the extra for now, and I will cut and make it pretty on either a different stream or at another time. I'll only extend and crimp what I have to. Yeah, the offset for the probe is a little easy. I mean, you're using a BL Touch, so did they not have the offset listed for that particular mod? Ay, 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 which direction, which direction? Well, the good news is if I plug it in and it's going in the wrong direction, we can change that in firmware quick enough. There, we'll grab the next one. Okay. I mean, it's easy enough to measure and get close at least. You should be able to get within a millimeter or two. Yeah, that's the one thing that I didn't notice here. Rolls for cable management. I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of things out there you can get on Thingiverse or things or printables or something for cable management blocks. But just the ability to have something to route the wires, have a spot back here that we can route or hit the wires on and then bring them down and around. So, like I said, the motors are either going to go in the right direction or the wrong direction. Those two are there. I need to go to the Z motor. That one should be relatively easy. And like I said, use a ruler. You're just gonna have, you may have to lay the printer down or something, but just use your standard ruler. Just try and measure it out. Just make sure you have one in millimeters. And actually, if you got a smaller one, like a 6-inch size, would that should work fine for at least getting the initial measures. D motor, that one. Extruder motor. Second, two fans and inches. I just pulled all of these off of the Inner 5 last night, so it's made to stand possibly. Cooling. It work. Cooling fan, fan 0. Part cooling fan 0 or fan 1? Anyway, I just realizes this will work. Now, these are going to look like they are plugged in wrong, but I promise they're right. The reason I say that is because the red should be on the left, not the right, but the pairs don't match up at the connector down here that I'm using to jumper them. So I'm just rolling them down here because it's easier. I guess I could roll them at the other side too. You know, at the fan side. It's probably the better bet. Mess this up down the road and really screw myself up. Thangs dropped the model in a search. Oh, got you. So you went to Thangs, dropped the model in the search, found it, and got the offsets. That's awesome. Yeah, Thangs has been becoming more and more useful, and because of it, everything else is getting, be a lot more useful as well. Because when one does it, now everybody else has to do it to keep up. Give me 1 second. I need to. We'll look at my P0, which also uses the SKR mini screen. I just want to figure out which fan goes. Fan 0 should be the part cooling fan, which for reality is the blue yellow, and the other one is the hot end. So what I'm going to do is roll the connectors at the hot or at the fan connector side. That way, I won't get confused on the board side, or if I use these wires later on, I don't fry something because I plugged them in. Well, I wish you well there, Mr. Craft. You're testing your home. I would definitely intercede before it gets to the bed. You know, just have it touch off of something else just to make sure it's working right before you do anything else. Get that across. So apparently it was an issue with just one fan where its connectors were holding up. So is anybody else working on any cool projects lately? Nope, what's really Wustery? Better get your shield done. Is there some type of timeline on that shield, or is this just a 5-year project again, or what? What we got? Okay, so I've got some extensions that I use from the Ender 5 to jump. These definitely are two different connector types, but they do fit. So I've got part cooling fan in one and the hot end fan in the other. Got that stuff going. And we just need to bring the extruder fan back, and then we need to plug in the, or the extruder fan, the extruder cable back, and then we will need to do our BL touch. To the extruder plug. Balls, I know you're taking off for the night, but when you watch this later, um, be kind to us people with big hands and fat fingers, and make these connectors easier to get to at the top, like give us some breathing room. Just putting it right next to the wall, yeah, it looks good. It's pretty neat. It's space optimized, but it's also kind of a big pain in the duff. Put that there, and this back, and set this back. Yeah. This is the antenna. Just going to set it back in the box here so it doesn't get damaged. And the only other thing we need to do to this is add the bed, which we've got one of those. Straightening some things up here real fast. That'll be that order. And we will, of course, throw a couple of zip ties on here just to kind of resemble something sort of, kind of like a wiring loom. Not sure if this would be long enough for the. Say I'm not sure, and as I unravel it, oh, this would be plenty long. So the Inner 5 comes with a BL Touch. So it's already got the tiny pin for the BL Touch. But this is really an extension cable where it will plug in to go into an extension. Don't think this will work on the motherboard. And yeah, spacing's off on it, so this won't work. But I do have some long, like I think it's 1 or 2 or 3 meter, whatever they are, BL Touch cables. So see our cable. You know. We will see movement on this tonight. Now you know why I wanted to leave the bed off. because I keep flipping this over and up, and it's just added weight that doesn't need to be messed with. Yellow is the wire. So if everything's wired in but the bed at this point, like I said, I do have some sleeving that I could put, but at this point I'm just going to leave things a little bit long. I'm going to use some zip ties to try and wrangle things a little bit. Started. No, it doesn't have to be dead center in the bed of Cedarcraft. I mean, you print in the center of the bed, so the closer you can get, the better. So stay down the. So one of the nice things with the new Prusa Mark IV that they just came out with is it only probes the part of the bed that it needs to for the print. Like if you're printing a benchy, it's not going to print, it's not going to probe the entire bed. It's just going to probe the area it would need to probe when it prints the benchy. So that should speed things up a good deal when you're starting your prints and stuff. Figures. One. And I do have some nice wrapping stuff that I'm going to use for this. Like I said, I'm just going to use zip ties for now to kind of get us a quasi umbilical. And then I will work on further wire management down the road. Because quite honestly, I kind of liked how I came in through the top, so I may just put a strain relief mount here boom, mount it right there and bring everything right through the top, except for the Z motor, which will have to come in through the bottom. And that'll make, I think, everything look kind of nice that way. And that way all the wiring will be right across the top edge here, and no wiring will be down unless it has to be. What was it? Yeah, okay. Grounded bed. Now, one thing you'll notice on this bed, I don't know which one this came off of, there is no strain relief over here for the wires. So I will have to print a strain relief for this. And I have put lock nuts at the bottom of all 4 of these because these screws, some of the screws had ripped out already. So I needed to lock those down so that they wouldn't move on me. And need a set of springs. Sorry for walking off screen again, guys. Trying to find my bed springs, which I had around here. Ta-da, bed springs. Oh, thank you for the cheered bits, BC. That is awesome. You're so
Tier
awesome.
100.
And you subscribed for Tier 1 for another month. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I've got to take some pictures and oh goodness, Westry, you're getting in on it too. Well, thank you, sis. So once again, springs.
Tier 100.
Get added on, and then to line them up into the 4 holes that they'll drop down into. Drop that into.
Tier 100. Tier 1. Tier 100.
Some sauce. Now I need knobs.
Tier 100.
They're back at the reality stash as well. One more time off camera. Next one, I have this right away. Guys, when I make a comment like back in the Creality stash, I literally have a Creality stash from where I've taken Ender 3s apart. The Ender 5 has been torn apart and, of course, redone as a all linear rail 4XY machine. Yeah, I literally have a box of Creality parts. So I'm just going to go around all 4 corners, push down, and put my springs everywhere. And these won't work in the front. Work in the back, but they won't work in the front. So I will need to figure something else out. Meanwhile, well, they're not going to work in the back either. That's really going to suck if my hold-up point is going to be bed level. Nuts.
Cheer 100.
I guess I could potentially manually see what. Four by three. Okay. Boy, he must not be using yellow nuts. He's going all the way top to bottom on these. There's no way that's going to happen. Okay, so bed's going to be a little bit more interesting. Okay. And then so what my plan is I'm just using some regular M4 nuts at the bottom for now. And I'll have to figure something else out long term. Especially since I have three standard nuts and one of them's a lock nut, so I have to go to the hardware store and get another regular M4 nut.
Cheer 100.
And piggy bank is tapped.
Cheer 100. Right side over here is not at the same level as all the. So meaning my bed's really crooked, so I'm gonna have to work on fixing that. This a little bit too to figure out this so that it does not rub inappropriately. In fact, I may switch the bed around so that the bed wires come out over here. That way it's away from the lead screw. It'll be coming out the side and I can just drop it down and under and in. Yeah. But for now, because I'm gonna have to do some things off stream, folks. I don't want to keep, well, only 8 o'clock. We can, what the hell? Let me just straighten up just a tad bit more. Because I'm gonna have to set this over side. And I need to leave tension on the Z-belt.
what I'm trying to do right now, I just released the belts and I'm trying to manually adjust so that the bed is at the same height everywhere again. Um, because something happened and they are way, way not at the same height. Trying to do is just bring them all the way down. Bottom. Start from that way they all should be lined up. And it's just a matter of, getting the bed springs themselves, lined up at that point. So I'll know that all the Z rods are at the same starting point. I'm trying to slowly bring them all down and bottom them, and with them bottomed out again. Now they're all bottomed out. Now I'm going to make sure that the belts are lined up in the grooves. I'm going to bring this one back up over the tension bar. Now I'm going to tension the belt by moving the Z motor itself. Tacos for dinner! Yay! Now I'm trying to get the taco out of the bed. Okay, so now at least that part should be good. Now it's just trying to get the bed itself. And what I was finding was trying to get the this nut tightened. It I couldn't get it to turn and tighten. We have to loosen the others up. Try and make this bed a little straighter. Okay, and we need to plug in the bed wires, because without the bed wires, we won't be able to actually get it to come on because of the thermistor. I had definitely just taken this one off of a printer and not done anything with it because it doesn't have ferrules on it. that bed. That just lays down there. Extra cables. Let's go down. Plugged in. Cut the tops off, put some ferrules on those. Those are the last two wires. We'll be able to actually turn it on and see if we can get it to move. Yep, no ferrules, destroy it, start over. Yeah, well, like I said, this is a Ender 3 bed that I got off of, I don't know, off of eBay for one of my Enderwire builds. So it's how they come from the factory, so that's how people run them. In BC, I don't think you were here earlier, but I did go and configure the, I've got mainsail and everything configured on the Banana Pi M2 already, and I've got a config on the for the printer already set up. So we're going to see how good my config is. Sure does say 16 gig. Was it 16? So the Banana Pi works pretty well. It's yeah, 12 cents. Well, it's 12 cents more for the part, but the issue is the manpower and putting those on, because I'm pretty sure they've probably got some type of automation going doing the soldering. Not that they couldn't figure out how to do it, the other way, but regardless. It is annoying though. So yeah, the banana pie works really well. It's got I'm using the banana pie M2, which is the um, Raspberry Pi Zero form factor, and the performance. So because it's a quad core processor, its performance is more along the lines of the Raspberry Pi 3B rather than a Zero. So performance-wise, it's pretty good. Do you want to run a heatsink on it? I will I will add the fan to this case. This case has provisions for both a controller fan, fan up top and a fan at the bottom. So I will have both of those in here. I'm just going to have to do my wire management, cut my wires shorter and all that stuff. And then I can get that going. But yeah, right now I believe we've got all connections made. And I do know that this was talking earlier today, so if it no talking now, it's something I did in wiring that makes it no talking anymore. So we will hope and pray for no blue smoke and it all works well. Give me 1 second to put a couple of things away. Get them off the workbench. We will hit the power button. And what I'm going to do is leave it physically like that. Provided my power cord's long enough. Provided my power cord is long enough. A couple more things off. Okay. Plug in. And I've got everybody here, so if we release any blue smoke, everybody's going to see my released blue smoke right here in this area is where we're going to focus on. And power. Got lights. Lights. I just heard the whatchamacallit, the BL Touch do its standard opening movement. So everything appears to be making good sounds. Kind of move this back out of the way for a moment. All right, power that back down. Here, touching. So need to do something with these wires. Trying to make sure I'm getting them out of the way of the belt. Touches on the belt if I try and move the head. All right, we're on again. DL Touch did its thing. And we get a browser window open and we'll take a look at the browser. Yep, no smoke, Stephen Poole. It's always a good day when we don't get any smoke. It's an Easter day. In your interface. Okay, so everything seems to have come up. We've got our web interface for Mainsail going, and it came in. We're getting temperatures up in the top left or top right. And they're reading relatively the same, which is good. If they were way off, then it could just simply be that we selected the wrong thermistor type or something. Gonna have to do some work on that bag. It's still tipping way. It has to do with the belt positions. I figured bottoming everything out, it would line it up, but that did not. I will have to. I need, because we do want to start testing movements out on this. So let me set this back forward. Slower, gentler, which was I'm getting. What we're going to do is we're going to loosen the. We're not going to mess with any physical connections yet. I'm just going to loosen G motor again so that I can pull the Z motor belt off. Drop the tension on the Z motor belt, pull it out of the lower tensioner so that I can move the bottom two rods, line up the bed a little bit. So my assumption was that if all three lead screws were all the way down at the bottom, grounded to the bottom, that they would all be at the same height, but there's a different thickness for the different between the front bed mount parts and the rear bed mount. So that's the issue, is if you ground them out, the front will be a lot lower than back, which will make it that much harder to try and square up the bed. Trying to make sure that they're well aligned front to back, at least.
so that I have a good starting point. Okay, they're at least in line front, side to side on the front. And I know I just realized that I don't have you guys on the camera. They are fairly well lined up front to back. Then we need to Z-motor back up to this tension. Screws ready to set her back up and try some movement. Alrighty. So, first thing I want to try and do is, let me just start off easy and see about turning on some fans. This is our part cooling fan. And does the right fan come on? And the answer is yes. Front fan is still off. And our rear fan is kicked into full high gear. Just kidding. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out, make sure I got the spreader in a spot where you can see it. Switch to this camera. Okay, so okay. Okay, so you guys, yep, good. You're seeing the right view now. Okay, so we turn the fan on for the part cooling fan, and that works. Go ahead and turn that back off. We want to we're going to test two things now. We're going to make sure that our hot end fan comes on, and we're going to go ahead and test our extruder. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell it to heat up the extruder to 70. So because I've told it to go over 50, this fan should kick on, which it did. You see about bringing the engine. See if I can. Okay,
So we've heated up to 70. It overran a little bit, and then it stopped. So the heater's working appropriately, and our thermistor's working appropriately. So we're going to go ahead and bring the extruder back down to 0. And now we need to check our bed to make sure that our bed temperature and our bed heaters are working. So we're going to do the same thing with the bed. We're just going to tell it to go ahead and heat up to 50. And we want to see that they kick on the power to the bed. And the bed temperature is starting to rise. I've got my hand sitting right here, and I am feeling that heater kick on. So the bed is working. Everything seems to be doing good. We will need to pig tune both of these, which I will probably do afterwards. Oh, okay. Go ahead and look, BC. Thanks for coming in tonight, and thanks for the bits. So this printer is using sensorless homing for the X and the Y, which means it's going to purposely run itself into the front and back of, or excuse me, the side and the back of the printer. Sure that this stays vertical because I'm screwing it. Let me just double check and verify the big setting real fast before I do anything. We not have a, or no, we do, because I created my config based off of the template config that they had provided. So this config should be working just as it was intended to. So come back over and bring up the Andrew Ellis guide. Or I should say the startup checks, which is the standard boron startup checks. Verify the temperatures, we check the heaters. We're going to do a stepper buzz now. So this will be stepper underscore buzz space stepper equals stepper underscore X. And this command will move the X axis, and it's a millimeter in each direction, but it should go to the right, then to the left. And you may see it, or you may just need to put your hand lightly on it and feel it actually move, and which way it moves. Okay, in that case, we just took a shutdown, and the issue is our phases of our motor are out of phase. So what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to go ahead and shut down. So it's already quote unquote shut down, but I'm going to shut down the host now, so that I can turn it off. I'm going to turn it off and unplug it. Because what I need to do is start verifying phases of the motor. And because all three of the X, the Y, and the Z are all the same connectors, all I really need to do is do one, and then that will help me do all the rest. So to figure out the phases, you know, a standard continuity check. Hey, Everjack, how are you doing, sir? Thank you very much for joining us this evening and joining in on the chat. Yep, we've powered up. We've got power. However, we have a physical issue. I know that the config's already good because I took the baseline config that was provided by Rolls, and I've got a configuration for the board already, and I have been communicating between the two boards, so we're good there. We just had the system up, and we were trying to home and access, or excuse me, run a stepper buzz, and it failed. And it failed in such a way that I knew that it was a motor issue. And folks, I am sorry. I'm going to step right off camera real fast, and I'm going to mute real fast because I need to clear my sinuses real fast. Give me 1 second here. Okay, I am back. All right, so not a problem, Everjack. Not a problem. So we've got our probes, and we've got our connector. Now you don't have to depen it. You can probe right on the actual metal parts here. And what you're going to do is switch your multimeter over to the old ohm symbol. That's the easiest way. It's the continuity check. Okay, you're going to be looking for the reading on there. So no, the pairs should be side by side. And when I touch the two pins side by side, I'm not getting a reading. Also, not getting my fingers. Okay, so I'm on that one and I'm on that one. Right, no reading. I go to the next one, still no reading. I go to the end one. Ay, ay, ay. Really? Why am Okay, so these are paired right. So I'm getting 2.8. And you're looking at the pairs should be side by side in the connector. And they should both be relatively the same. So 2.8 is good for both sides, which means all three of these stepper power motors are paired up appropriately.
why would I have gotten it making the sound that normally sounds like they're not paired right? Normally when you hear it go and it stops, it's because the phases are they're not pinned right and your phases are fighting each other. Right? So you're okay, we should have Mike again. So once again, looking at our diagram, we should be 2B, 1B, 1A, 2A. So B's are together and the A phases are together, which is what we have. If anything, I would have thought we would have needed to English, that we would have needed to flip, the phases weren't right and we would have to flip the phases. But if it's not working, that's a completely different issue. Okay, so I mean, things are tensioned well. That shouldn't be an issue. Everything is moving well. We plug back in and we'll take a look and listen again. Because those pinouts would be right. If anything, based on the ohm out, they may be in the wrong direction, but stepper buzz is moving 1 millimeter, one direction and then back. It shouldn't have done what it just did. Well, because normally when it does that and it shuts itself down, it's because the phases are fighting each other. Go in here and take a look at the big. Eight should be. If the direction is wrong, then we can just change, take off the exclamation, or I'm sorry, we'd add an exclamation point right here in front of the direction and go in the right direction, but we didn't even get movement. Let's try that again. So our fans were working, our heaters are working, stepper buzz. The X motor is working in the right direction. Why it didn't trip that time, I don't know, but I'm going to be happy with it. It could be that the DuPont connector had somehow come loose a little bit.
And I don't know if you can see the movement, but it is going back then forward, back then forward. So that is the right direction that we want. Can't necessarily, well, I can't do a stepper check on the, yes I can. It's just all the way down at the bottom, so it may actually have an issue. Yes I can. They're all three connected, so. Here's it off the bottom. So if we do the, so in this case, positive would be down, negative would be up. So it should go down first, then up when we do a stepper check of Z. So it's actually going up, then down. So it's Z is backwards. So that's a simple thing where we just need to go into machine, printer config. Our X is in the right direction, our Y is going in the right direction, our Z is going in the wrong direction. So all we need to do is take away the exclamation point for the direction, do a save and restart. Sorry about that. So we're back. I might have gotten a voltage drop, but like I said, it could very well be that the connector itself was just joggled because once again, we're putting a DuPont connector on a JST port. Same thing with the BL Touch. So they can easily be knocked out of those ports, which is one of the things that after this off stream, I will go through and clean up the cables a lot and make sure that they are working properly and appropriately and look nice. So we'll come back into our interface and we're going to rerun the stepper buzz Z, and it should go down, then up, which it is. It goes down, then up. And once again, I don't really like the way this just sits over here right now for the heat. So what I'm going to do is I will move the, or rotate the bed 90 degrees so that the heat bed wires will exit out this side. I will print a strain relief gauge for it, or a strain relief for it. Probably have one in a box over there. So I'll put the strain relief on it and just route the wires around and up. So that way we'll have plenty of slack for the wires. They'll be out of the way and we won't be rubbing up against the power supply back here, kind of getting wedged between the power supply and the mount here. Okay, so our stepper buzz and everything is going in the right direction. Now it would be an end stop check. Now the only end stop that we truly have is our probe, and there's two ways you can do it. You can come in here to the console and you can do query end stops. It says X is open, Y is open, Z is triggered. Z shouldn't be triggered, right? Because it's right here. So I need to look at Z and figure out why it's triggered. And we do know that Z is set up for a virtual end stop. So we'll come down to our probe section and re-verify that our sensor pin is PC14 and the control pin is PA1. And if memory serves right, that may be back. Let me check. Nice thing about having multiple printers that use the same hardware, you can always double check your printouts and stuff. A1 is true, so that is correct. Ah, that's what I would be missing. So there needs to be another line. And up, touch mode, report triggered, true. True. Still on each sample. False. This will come in handy when you're doing your bed probing and doing your bed mesh. If you don't set that to false, it will do retracts every time it moves to a new spot, and it just takes time, so it's easier just to leave it out and down. There you go. What else do we have? We just have offsets, speed. Update this with a config from so speed is how fast it moves. Samples is the number of times it will touch at each location. You want at least 2, possibly 3. Sample sample retract distance. That's how much it will move from the bed each time it does a sample. So the speed is how quickly it moves between point, and the lift speed is how quickly it moves up and down. Sample tolerance retries is how many times it will try to make sure it's within the right tolerance. It's good. Should be good. We will save and restart. See if that changes our query. And since we're in this page, and apparently it helps if you learn how to type right. Stow on each sample. So the other way of querying the end stops is when you're on the machine page and you're able to look at your configs. You have the end stops down here, and you just click on the refresh. You'll see that X and Y are open, and Z is still showing as triggered. So, for giggles, because I bought this earlier on a different printer, I'm going to swap these. A1 and it's socialist. Just trying to make sure that the connections are good. So for whatever reason, the probe ports on the EP36 had to be like reversed. But it was like reverse of the way that they were on the Anta or even the SKR Mini. We'll switch it back to the way it was. Keene or and that's the basically the end stop pin. PA1 in control pin should be the servo. Okay. All right, so it is now presenting itself in a correct manner. We'll go ahead and do another query end stops here just so you see it both ways. Now all three are showing open. Everything should be good. We should be able to do a home all. So I'm going to hit that home all, and then I'm going to immediately come up and hover over the emergency stop in case it goes the wrong way. Now remember, we're using sensorless homing. So the other thing it may do is crash and just keep trying to go because the sensitivity is wrong, and we'll have to play with that. But we'll go ahead and start working on that now. So home, down, and that's going the wrong direction. At least I think it's going. I'm going to let this get a little bit close just so it comes all the way up, but I will trigger this myself. Okay, so everything is working. Let me double check where we're going. So End stop. Okay, so the end stop position is 0, so the end stop is to the left. And then end stop. So it did go all the way to the back, right? Which means it, because what this tells me is the end stop position should be all the way to the left and the front, because the end stop position is 0. So it seems like Y home to the wrong direction. Went to yeah. So I think the direction on Y may be should be. End stop position is 0. Go ahead and change the direction on, see what we. So Pete, how are you doing this evening? Staying out of trouble, kind sir? Daddy Wazzy out there lurking? I haven't seen him in chat, though. I just may not have seen him. Wolfman Crab Arms, how are you doing there, sir? We're going to try and home now that we changed the direction of Y. Should come to the left, to the front. I'm so. That was almost like I just inverted. Yep, gonna have to work. Okay. Zero. Okay. There was a setting. Doesn't go on specific. Position going positive. Because we want that to go to the left. Same thing for Y. We want it to go left, forward, supposedly. I think left and back might be better. Hey, Peter, you out there? I should say, can anybody say hello or acknowledge chat? Because I'm not sure if I lost everybody and dropped or not. I want to make sure the session itself is still good. Okay, and go back at it. Let's home. Should drop. Left. Still homing backwards. So my X seems to be good, but my Y is inverted. Check wiring. Head should home to the front. Going left. Once again, A motor. Y. Back left motor. Should be in the first socket, which it is. Back right motor should be in the other socket. Hey, Westry, good. Server creation's great. Thanks. Thanks for confirming that I was still live, because there's times when I see zero drop packets for frames right now, but there are quite a few, and I don't necessarily know if Twitch has decided to drop me. Yeah, so we are going to shut down. Give it a couple of seconds to do its polyomnies. And then we will swap the XY motor connectors around. Because that could be an issue. It would be the issue. And if that's the case, then it's the fact that he was telling us the motors from looking at it from the back versus from the front, which will drive me insane. But like I said, 9 times out of 10, every time I've done one of these Core XY machines, I'm either going in the wrong directions or I've got the motors flipped. And at least with something like Z, if it goes in the wrong direction, it's just going in and flipping the, the direction by adding an exclamation point. Once again, we have told it to go to the left and to the front, not the left and the back or the back and the left. So let's see if just swapping the motors works. Still go to the left. Now we go to the front, which I really don't like that scenario anyhow, because you see what it did to you're basically crashing your probe into the front of the printer, which, no, we can't do that. And that's why it failed the BL Touch, because the BL Touch was not vertical. So if anything, we want it to home to the back left or back right of the printer. I guess we could go front, but I really don't necessarily like going to the front. So let's config. X. Position in stop. We currently have at 0. We're going to tell it to go to 215. Position min 0, position max 215. We retract distance is 0. Positive direction. We want that to say true. For Y, same thing. Position min is 0, position max is 200, which means our stop needs to be set to 200. And we will change this as well to. So with this, we should be coming to the back right when we do a home next, which prevents us from crashing our BL Touch probe constantly into the front of the printer. I'd much rather crash a printed part that I can just reprint than a probe that I've got to buy. Okay, and because we claimed it, we now have an issue with our BL Touch. So
Sure that its wires are good, which seem to be. I'll figure out that query in just a second to our cycle. Room physically and back up. What I'm trying to do is make sure that it's back to being properly aligned. Vertical. Turn it back on, it does its checked itself right. So you're designing new merch stuff. Are you still working on that beanie? Mystery one? And yes, Twitch is weird. That's why we congregate geeks and we like to yell about tech not working right and things like that. Okay, and we're back up. Do a home sequence. Whatever ungodly Z lost. BL touch. Z came completely disconnected, so that's going to be a problem. Once again, a DuPont connector with a little bit of weight on it, pulled itself out. got movement, but I want it to be fully functional movement. Yeah, you were having weird problems with Twitch the other day, weren't you, Westry? Because you had um, like a lot of echoing going on between your phone and your laptop, and your phone was cutting out, and then you switched over your laptop and it was perfect, or vice versa, and it was just really weird. Of course, you saw that Amazon cut Manning at Twitch, right? Okay, so the bed should go down, which it does. When the connector is plugged in, the bed moves. Imagine that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I heard that Amazon cut personnel at Twitch because Amazon owns Twitch. That's why you get your Prime memberships and stuff, or at least you get them for now. Okay, so all of that stuff is moving. I do need to do another couple of things real fast and try and get this bed a little better aligned. So I'm going to shut that down. I'm going to get this put back up so it's out of the way, properly stowed. Always put your tools back so they're where you know you can find them. Even if that's embedded, you know, hammer embedded in an individual skull, at least you'll know where to find it. Okay, cover that down, plug it. Just go ahead and move this forward as it is now. I'm going to do this one more time. Some way of playing this in. Okay, so did that. That goes down. Those go down. Go. So what I'm going to do is take one more crack at getting our bed a little more leveled, and I mean truly
the bed mount leveled, so I'll be able to level the bed a little bit easier. And so what I'm trying to do is line I'll say the top edges of the bed, excuse me, the top edges of the bed mounts. If I can get those somewhat lined up, then the rest will be fairly easy. Really what I was getting at is the bed mounts, or yeah, the bed mounts need to be as close as possible to being aligned, because the springs we can get the rest of the way aligned, but if the bed mounts themselves aren't aligned, then you really have to overwork the springs, and you're going to have some that are going to be very loose and some that are tight. Try and get a flat bed, front head. Okay. That's the thing with trying to do a triple lead screw like this is just trying to get your your 3 different points of bed mounts in the same plane. Once you have that, then it just comes down to how you tighten your screws and stuff. But you really need to get those 3 things in plane first. Otherwise, you're going to be fighting it, trying to get it at least somewhat even. Flat. Like I swear it looked fine. Now I'm looking at it, it still looks like it's sloping forward. Okay. Sorry about that. It is what it is, and I'll have to work on that off stream. The good news though is we do have positive movement. We do have connectivity. We have positive movement. And we are one step closer. I can work on the bed. Like I said, I'm going to have to unmove the bed or remove the bed anyhow because I want to turn the angle. I need to get a strain relief cable or a strain relief on the cable and all that jazz. So we'll be good there. I really need to figure out the BL Touch. And like I said, I may just go ahead and get the volcano style heat blocking stuff for this. And that way we won't have any issue. I'll be able to get things lower. So I have to do a lot of massaging of things up here on the tool head. Basically take the tool head apart, move things around a bit because I'll have to raise and lower a bunch of things. But it'll be worth it, and I can do that off stream. Seriously. Not being really gonna need things are being fickle right. It was just working, and all I did was just put it down and pick it back up. Like I would stop working. Okay, we have a successful home move. My bed is still sloping forward for whatever reason. I'll have to figure that out. We haven't checked the extruder motor to figure out if it's going in the direction, so put a little bit of filament in there. Heat up the extruder and see if we can get it to do a filament load. Hey, John Strand, how's it going? Hey, Chewy, you're still hanging around here, huh? Yes, it is running. Having a little bit of weirdness with the motors, which I'm chalking up to DuPont connectors on JST pens. I've just got everything kind of looped around in the back. Some skeletonized wire ties here. And what I'm going to wind up doing, my bed's not level. I need to rotate the bed because I want the wires to come out the side here versus the back. And so I'm going to take the bed off, rotate it around. There's some weirdness with the lengths of all the screws and everything, so I'll have to try some other stuff there. But all in all, it's working, it's functioning. I'm getting ready to test the extruder and see if the extruder goes in the right direction or not. Say go 10, extrude. Okay. So I have some apparent binding, like it's not even attempting to move. I mean, I'm literally directly plugged in its motor directly in, so basically I just think I might not have good motor to gear alignment, so either it's too tight or it's not tight enough. Okay, so it started to and I was getting some findings. Get a good edge, and I have no idea. I think this might actually be ASA film. Dude. It is going the right direction. Audio high temp motors. Do you know what the currents are on those, Chewy? For the LDO high temp pancakes? I think it's the same one I've got. But the stepper on lines are the X, Y, and Z. Those are good. It's the this is the high temp LDO pancake. Looking, yeah, I've got 0.3 on my V01. That should be what I need over here. Is like 0.3. There's a couple things I need to look at the extruder. And you guys, you let me get away without double checking that. And we got lucky. So the gear ratio is 50 to 10 because it's a 50 gear or 50 tooth gear. And it's a 10 tooth spur gear on the actual motor. So we got lucky there. Sorry. Um, 1.75. Yeah, it's a little, what is it, the 36 millimeter one. I had the run current at 5 right now, and it says 3 on my other one. Just going to match the configs to um, the one I have in my V0 right now. Yeah, my biggest fear was, oh crud, I forgot to check the gear ratio, and if my gear ratio is really off, then that would have been an issue. Man, it sucks getting old. Yeah, so it's yep, that'd be the one. That'd be the one. Okay, Westry One, thanks a lot for hanging out, sis. Be sure to give me a hug and tell her I said hi, and Bailey's as well. They personally wouldn't run over 0.8. I was running at 0.5, and it was starting to bind, and that's what was really, really weird to me. I actually just put it down to 0.3. We get temperature up again. Of course, I have absolutely zero idea if I've maybe got like crap in this nozzle still. All right, Westry, have a good night. Men current and not skipping. What do you mean by men current and not skipping? Okay, yeah, so 3, I'm getting a low hum, but it's not moving at all. So we'll crank it up. Like I said, 0.5, it seemed like it would start going and then it would bind. So I don't know if I've got a binding issue somewhere with it or something else, but I will come down here and that. So I just bumped it up to 0.7, and I'm going to see if that will resolve the issue. Now, I was having issues initially with my mini stealth burner where it would not run reliably, and it was initially just the fact that the motor wasn't tilted enough to grab hold of the large gear teeth.
yeah, so I'll go high and then I'll start dropping it down. Yeah, right now I'm just trying to get it to, right, so there it starts and then it, like it's going, and then it hits a spot and it starts grinding. That's retracting or going forward. Get that. Okay, that just told me. Was this thing may have some crap in it. Something else. So how about this? Let's rock and roll it. Um, yeah, so one is I just my plastic plow got a little something to come out. But what I'm going to do, let me turn this sideways, see if I can't get a little bit closer so you guys can see. Is pointing tip. Go ahead and get it past the gear and just get it started. Gear. Want to extrude, so go forward 10. That seemed to work. We just caught it. Track, working. Retracting, and then it just like got jammed again. So sure don't have enough tension on it. Yeah, don't tempt me, John. Yeah, it's going forward and back. It's kind of catching at the same place. Or am I get down?
getting down to about the bottom of the fins, which means I'm wondering if I've got something stuck in it and clogged. Sorry, that wasn't a very family-friendly comment. I mean, that was pretty much all the way down to the nozzle tip, and that was hot thing. And I didn't get anything else out, so I would have to say that there's nothing in there. Probably because I have the nozzle at 265 right now. I figure I'm gonna get whatever it is in there melted out. I did get a little something out earlier. Neck function needle goes all the way up. So the path is clear. We're clear enough that something should be passing through it. Looks like this nozzle may have had blue pet G in it. Hey guys, I hurt the crap out of it. I think I would at least be able to like manually push out some filament. It's not going through. So, all right, well, change of plans. It just means I'm going to be buying a new hot end. I know my wife just heard that and she's like, "Hell, you are." But all right, guys, I think we're gonna call it a night then. We've got it all function checked. We know that we need to do some work on moving the bed around and working on the hot end. And as far as working on the hot end, yeah, just change that. The problem is, I'm not sure if it's the nozzle chewy or if it's something that's in the actual throat. I think I do have some. All right, fine. Give me half a second here. Fine, Chewy. I was thinking about doing it anyhow, but apparently I have an all metal heat break, and what is this? This is a .8 hardened steel nozzle. It'd kind of be overkill for this one, but I'm sure I have other size hardened steel nozzles over there. So I guess I'll be taking this apart. God, I really don't. Well, I do and I don't want to. How about that? So I do and I don't, because if I'm going to get started in taking some of this apart, I'm going to um, possibly swap out the entire heat break and go with the CHC one that I have. I know this is hot. That's why I'm like, oh, maybe I don't want to put my. Um, oh, I was thinking this is going to be a nozzle ring too. It's not. Okay. No, that's it. I'm done for today. I will heat this up and try and take the nozzle off and see if it's just a heat throat or the nozzle or the heat break. If it's just the nozzle, I'll put a new nozzle in it and we'll get filament through it. If it's anything with the heat break itself, I've got that too. And like I said, I may swap it out, the entire heat block, and go to the CHC nozzle. Who knows? But yeah, I'm going to call it a night, guys. Got those skills. Um, yeah, it's getting kind of late. I will dig into this tomorrow. There's a couple other things I need to do anyhow. Um, so yeah, we'll get something going. The big thing is I know I need to get a um, something with a J head, of course, to work in this. So yep, always tomorrow, and may have something interesting and fun in store for Saturday. So just be on the lookout. But for now, let's see who is potentially on. We can raid over into. Anybody? Anybody? Polymaker's up and running. Creative Grit is up and running. What is she doing tonight? 3D prints in a droid. Yeah, it is. It's a good place to walk away. I do have a dragonfly, but the dragonfly is, I want to say, completely clogged up as well. Like the heat throat or the heat break itself is completely worked on it. Um, you keep saying the hummingbird. I don't have a hummingbird. Um, I'll look into it though. 192874 on purples. Yeah, I was gonna say I haven't rated a Brit in a while. It looks like she's got some prints going. She's been painting something. Okay, I'll look into it, Chewy. We'll see. Now, does it have the same mount points as a Sherpa Mini? Okay, so it's basically an LGX Lite. I'll look into it though, Chewy. Yeah, so let's bounce over. Like I said, let's bounce over to Rolls does have an adapter. Okay, that's good. That that may be one of the other things that's causing me some issues too. Is that um, Capricorn tube that I have in here, which is a high tolerance uh, piece of Bowden tube. So I may take that out and go as something that's a little sloppier. It'll be easier for the filament to get in and through. Okay. Yeah, so, yep, let's go ahead. I'm going to get this ready to go. All right. Thanks, everybody, for coming out and hanging out with me tonight. I know I was going to push through and probably stream a little long tonight to try and get this at least functioning. It's functioning. It's moving under its own power. I still got a couple more things to do, which I'll probably do off stream between now and Saturday, and kind of give everybody the rundown. And we should see it push plastic Saturday. And like I said, I should have something else for you guys on Saturday as well. So I think we're going to have fun. Um, and yeah, um, like I said, I've got the raid started, and we're going to go ahead and raid over to Creatrix Brit. Come with me, show her some love, give her a follow if you're not a follower, give her a couple of tries, and if you like her, go ahead and follow, subscribe, what have you. We'll talk to you later. Bye all.